Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Real documented experiences, selected with care, and adapted for quiet, sleep-friendly listening. Truth stays firm. The mood deepens. Please like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new episodes. No more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then uninterrupted playback. Literary horror shaped from authentic accounts for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. The first sign that something was wrong wasn't the voice in the woods. It was the silence that came right before it. I was carrying a bundle of firewood through a stretch of wilderness behind my childhood home, when every sound seemed to disappear at once. The insects stopped. The distant rustle of leaves faded. Even the steady hum of traffic from the county road felt muted. I remember standing there with an armful of branches, listening. Then a voice drifted through the trees. Not loud, not close, just somewhere out there. At first I assumed it was another camper. The woods behind my parents' property stretched for miles. There were no marked trails, no maps, and no official campsites. Locals used the area occasionally for hiking or hunting. But it wasn't unusual to go an entire night without seeing another person. The voice came again. I couldn't make out the words. It sounded like someone speaking conversationally to another person. I stood still for a moment before heading back toward my camp. Looking back, that was the point when I should have left. Instead, I convinced myself it was nothing. I knew those woods better than anyone. I'd spent most of my childhood building forts there, exploring creeks, and wandering through the thick sections where the trees grew so close together that daylight barely reached the ground. The place felt familiar, safe. By sunset, I had a fire going and dinner cooking. The voice surfaced again. This time it sounded slightly closer. I looked into the darkening forest. Nothing moved. The trees stood perfectly still. I called out once, asking if someone was out there. No answer. A few minutes later, I heard what sounded like a reply. The words were too distant to understand. That uneasy feeling settled deeper into my stomach. I spent another hour trying to ignore it. Every so often, I would hear fragments of speech drifting through the darkness, never close enough to identify, never far enough away to dismiss. Eventually, I decided I wasn't comfortable staying where I was. The woods were enormous. If someone was wandering nearby, I'd simply move. So I packed everything: tent, sleeping bag, cooler, fire pit. I extinguished the fire completely and carried my gear nearly half a mile through the trees to a different clearing I knew from years of exploring. The spot was hidden between a cluster of large pines and impossible to see unless someone knew exactly where to look. That made me feel better. For a while, the second camp was set up before full darkness arrived. I built another fire. The forest remained quiet. The knot in my stomach loosened. Then I heard the voice again, closer than before. I froze. The realization hit me immediately. Whoever I'd been hearing hadn't remained in one place. They had followed me. I stared into the darkness surrounding the firelight. The woods beyond the clearing looked like a solid wall of black. Nothing moved. No footsteps, no flashlight, just silence. Then another voice. Not the same words, not the same tone, but definitely human. My skin prickled. I stood and listened. The sound stopped. I remember thinking there had to be a reasonable explanation. Maybe multiple campers were moving through the woods, maybe hunters, maybe people cutting across the property line. Anything made more sense than what my instincts were telling me. I sat back down. The fire crackled softly. A few minutes later, someone walked directly into the clearing. I hadn't heard a single footstep. One moment, I was alone. The next, a man emerged from the darkness and approached the fire. He didn't ask permission. He didn't introduce himself. He simply sat down across from me. I remember how ordinary he looked. Middle-aged, dark jacket, baseball cap, nothing unusual, that somehow made the situation worse. For several seconds, neither of us spoke. I finally asked if he was camping nearby. Yep, his answer came immediately. Short, flat. I asked where. He pointed vaguely toward the darkness. I asked if he had been the one talking earlier. Yep, that was all. Every question received the same kind of response. One word, sometimes only a grunt, sometimes a nod. His eyes never seemed to leave me. The conversation felt wrong from the beginning, not because he was aggressive, because he wasn't. He acted calm, comfortable, like he belonged there, like this was exactly where he intended to be. I started looking for excuses to end the interaction. I mentioned that I was tired, no response. I talked about heading into the tent soon, no response. He remained seated, watching. The fire popped loudly between us. Minutes stretched by. The woods around the clearing felt impossibly dark. I remember noticing how isolated I was. No neighbors, no nearby houses, no easy escape route except the narrow path I'd used to carry my gear. The man finally spoke without being asked a question. One word. Alone? The hairs on my neck stood up. I answered carefully. I told him family members knew exactly where I was. That wasn't entirely true. He stared at me for a few seconds, then nodded. Silence returned. The uneasy feeling I'd been fighting all evening transformed into something sharper. Fear. Real fear. I started planning how quickly I could grab my flashlight and leave. Then something happened behind my camp. A loud crack exploded from the darkness. Not a twig, not leaves. Something larger, a thick branch. The sound was sudden and unmistakable. I spun toward it. The man across the fire didn't react, not even slightly. That's what terrified me, because the noise had come from directly behind my tent, and he wasn't surprised. The realization landed instantly. He knew someone was there. Someone else had been hiding in the woods the entire time, watching, waiting. The voices I'd heard earlier weren't random campers. They were communicating. The person behind my camp wasn't arriving. They had already been there. Every instinct I had screamed the same thing. Run. The man finally looked toward the darkness behind me, then back at me. No expression, no emotion, just calm. That calmness broke whatever remained of my confidence. I didn't grab my cooler. I didn't pack my tent. I didn't think about any of the equipment I'd spent money on. I moved. I bolted out of the clearing and into the woods. Behind me, I heard movement. Branches snapping, leaves crunching. I didn't look back. The terrain was familiar enough that I could navigate in darkness, but barely. Roots caught my boots. Low branches slapped my face. Pine needles slid beneath my feet. I ran anyway. The woods I'd loved as a kid suddenly felt endless. Every shadow seemed alive. Every sound behind me felt closer than it probably was. I focused on one thing, the road. If I could reach the road, I could reach people. The sprint felt impossible. My lungs burned. My legs screamed. Still I kept moving. The darkness pressed against me from every direction. Several times I nearly fell. Several times I thought I heard voices somewhere behind me. I never stopped to verify. The trees finally began thinning. A faint glow appeared ahead. Street lights. I pushed harder. The moment my boots hit pavement, I nearly collapsed. I stumbled onto the shoulder and pulled out my phone. My hands shook so badly I almost dropped it. The emergency operator answered. I told them everything. The voices, the stranger, the second person hidden behind the camp. The operator kept me talking until deputies arrived. By the time law enforcement entered the woods, dawn was beginning to break. I stayed near the road. I had no intention of going back in. Hours later, I learned they found my campsite, or what remained of it. The stranger was gone. The hidden accomplice was gone. My gear wasn't recovered. No tent, no cooler, no sleeping bag, nothing. The clearing looked abandoned, as if nobody had ever been there. I never camped in those woods again. The property still belongs to my family. I still visit occasionally. In daylight, the forest looks exactly the way it always did when I was a kid, but every time I glimpse the tree line, I remember how that man sat across from my fire without invitation, answering every question with a single word while someone else waited unseen behind me. And every time I drive past the road where I finally emerged from the darkness, I can still picture my abandoned camp somewhere beyond the trees, swallowed by the first gray light of morning. I woke up to a sound that didn't belong in the woods. At first, I thought it was part of a dream. A thin, frantic whine cut through my sleep, sharp enough to pull me halfway awake, but strange enough that I couldn't place it. Then it came again, higher this time, urgent. My dog never made that sound. I opened my eyes inside the tent and immediately knew something was wrong. The late afternoon light that had filtered through the nylon walls before I fell asleep had faded into a dim gray glow. The forest outside was settling toward evening. Everything should have been quiet. Instead, my dog was pressed against the front of the tent, rigid and trembling. The whining stopped. A low growl replaced it. Every hair along his back stood up. I pushed myself onto one elbow and followed his stare toward the entrance flap. Someone was standing outside. Their silhouette blocked the fading light. For a second, my sleepy brain refused to process what I was seeing. My campsite was deep inside a section of forest that required hours of hiking to reach. There were no marked trails nearby, no campsites, no roads, yet there was a person standing less than 3 feet from my tent, motionless, watching. The shape shifted slightly. A hand appeared near the flap. Something metallic caught the last traces of daylight. A blade, not large, maybe 3 or 4 inches, but unmistakably a blade. The shock hit me all at once. My stomach dropped. The person didn't announce themselves, didn't ask if anyone was inside, didn't make a sound. They just stood there. My dog exploded into barking. The entire tent shook as he lunged forward. The stranger flinched. That moment saved me. My backpack sat near my feet. Inside an outer pocket was a canister of bear spray I carried whenever I backpacked alone. I scrambled for it while my dog threw himself against the entrance. The person outside backed away a step. Not far, just enough to avoid the dog's reach if he managed to break through. I wrapped my hand around the canister. The familiar shape steadied me. Years of hiking had drilled certain habits into my head. Panic never helped. Movement did. I thumbed off the safety clip. The barking continued. The stranger remained outside, waiting. I shouted that I was armed with bear spray and would use it if they came any closer. No response. Not a word. The silence was somehow worse than a threat. My dog slammed against the tent again. The stranger shifted backward another step, then another. I unzipped a section of the tent just enough to see outside without exposing myself. The figure wore dark clothing from head to toe. A hood covered most of their head. The blade remained visible in one hand. For several long seconds, nobody moved. The forest around us felt unnaturally still. No birds, no insects, only my dogs growling. Then the stranger turned. They walked into the trees, not running, not rushing, just disappearing between the trunks. I waited. 5 minutes. 10. My dog never relaxed. He remained fixed on the same section of forest where the figure had vanished. Every muscle in his body stayed tight. I've owned dogs most of my life. I've seen them bark at deer, squirrels, raccoons, and strangers. This was different. He wasn't reacting to something he'd seen. He was reacting to something he still sensed. I listened carefully. Nothing. Yet he kept staring. The sun dropped lower. Shadows stretched across the clearing. The sense of danger refused to leave. Part of me wanted to pack immediately and leave. Another part worried about moving through unfamiliar forest near dark. I compromised. I packed everything except the tent and kept the bear spray within reach. My dog followed every movement while repeatedly checking the tree line. Whenever his gaze returned to the same area, my nerves tightened. Hours passed. Darkness settled over the forest. The clearing disappeared beyond the narrow beam of my headlamp. I tried eating. Couldn't. I tried convincing myself the stranger had left. Couldn't do that either. The facts were simple. Someone carrying a blade had approached my isolated campsite. They hadn't spoken. They hadn't identified themselves. And they had only retreated after encountering resistance. Those weren't facts I could ignore. Around full dark, my dog started growling again. The sound emerged without warning. Low, continuous, directed toward the woods. I froze. The headlamp illuminated only a handful of nearby trees. Everything beyond that dissolved into blackness. I listened. At first I heard nothing. Then came a faint sound, a footstep, far enough away to be uncertain, close enough to notice. Another followed. Then silence. My pulse accelerated. The growling deepened. I turned off the headlamp. Darkness swallowed everything. For several seconds, I sat motionless. The forest revealed sounds hidden by the light, leaves shifting, branches creaking, distant wind, and somewhere beyond the clearing, movement. I couldn't see anyone, but I no longer believed I was alone. The realization settled heavily inside my chest. Whoever had approached earlier might still be nearby, waiting for complete darkness, watching. The thought was enough. I decided to leave. Night hiking wasn't ideal, but remaining in that clearing felt worse. I packed the tent as quietly as possible. My dog stayed close, repeatedly looking over his shoulder. The moment everything was secured, we started moving. The trail wasn't a real trail anymore, just a route I'd marked earlier using landmarks and navigation tools. The forest seemed different at night, narrower, closer. Every shadow looked occupied. Every fallen branch resembled a crouching figure. We moved steadily. I checked my map often and kept the bear spray in my hand. My dog remained unusually alert. Several times he stopped abruptly and stared into the darkness. Each pause forced me to stop as well. Each pause stretched my nerves tighter. Hours passed. The hike felt endless. The terrain rolled through dense stands of pine and fir, broken only by occasional openings where moonlight filtered through. Whenever we entered one of those brighter areas, relief arrived briefly, then vanished when we returned beneath the trees. At one point, my dog halted so suddenly that I nearly walked into him. He stood facing behind us, not ahead, behind, his ears locked forward, his body rigid. I turned slowly. Nothing appeared in my light. No movement, no eyes reflecting back, no sound. Yet he remained focused on something. I waited. The forest waited with me. Eventually he relaxed enough to continue, but neither of us felt safe. The hike became a cycle of movement and listening. Move, stop, listen, move again. Sometime after midnight, I reached a wider service road, used occasionally by forestry crews. It wasn't paved, but it was open enough to provide visibility. For the first time since waking up, I felt a small measure of relief. The road eventually connected to a trailhead parking area several miles away. Getting there still took time, but the oppressive feeling that had followed me through the trees slowly weakened. My dog relaxed too, not completely, just enough for me to notice. His tail lowered from its rigid position. His constant scanning became less frantic. The change convinced me more than anything else that leaving had been the right choice. Whatever had triggered his behavior was behind us. The parking area finally appeared in the early hours before dawn. My vehicle sat alone beneath a pale sky. I locked the doors the moment we got inside. Then I just sat there. Neither of us moved. My dog climbed into the back seat and immediately fell asleep. Exhaustion hit me all at once. The adrenaline that had carried me through the night began to fade. As the horizon brightened, I replayed everything. The whining that woke me, the silhouette outside the tent, the blade, the silent retreat, the hours of watching the tree line. I still don't know who that person was or why they approached my campsite. Maybe they saw an isolated backpacker and thought I would be an easy target. Maybe my dog changed that calculation. What I do know is that if he hadn't woken me when he did, I might not have opened my eyes until that stranger was already inside the tent. Even now, years later, I remember the image with uncomfortable clarity. The dark figure standing inches from the nylon wall while my dog threw himself between us, framed by the fading light of a forest clearing that suddenly felt far too small. I noticed them because they moved where nobody should have been moving. The overlook sat at the end of an old trail that barely qualified as a trail anymore. Fallen branches crossed it. Sections disappeared into brush. My friend Tyler and I had spent most of the afternoon hiking to reach it, following faded markers and a map that was probably older than we were. The reward was a rocky ledge overlooking miles of forest. No roads, no cabins, just endless trees rolling over distant hills. I was new to camping and hiking beyond the crowded state park loops. Tyler had done more of it, but neither of us was experienced enough to call ourselves outdoorsmen. We just wanted a quiet weekend away from town. The first thing that bothered me happened while I was sitting near the edge of the overlook eating a late lunch. Movement caught my eye below. At first I thought it was deer. Then I realized the shapes were upright. Several figures were moving through the dense forest beneath the overlook. They weren't on any visible trail. They drifted between trees in a loose line, disappearing behind brush and reappearing farther along. From that distance, I couldn't make out faces or clothing details. I remember leaning forward and squinting. There were definitely people down there. What are they doing? Tyler asked from behind me. I had no answer. The area wasn't popular. We hadn't seen another person since parking hours earlier. The group eventually vanished beneath the canopy. We joked about it for a few minutes and moved on. By evening, we had set up camp in a small clearing a short distance from the overlook. The fire crackled quietly while darkness settled through the trees. The forest felt normal then, peaceful. That changed after sunset. I heard footsteps approaching from the trail. A man emerged from the darkness carrying a small flashlight. He looked to be in his 30s. Average height, average build. Nothing remarkable about him. He greeted us casually and asked if we knew where a side trail connected to the main route leading back toward the parking area. The question struck me as odd. If he had reached our campsite, he had already traveled farther than that junction. Tyler answered politely and pointed in the general direction. The man thanked him. Then he mentioned he was camping alone. Something about the way he said it made me immediately think about the figures we'd seen below the overlook. I asked if he'd been hiking by himself all day. He nodded, entirely alone. No hesitation, no uncertainty, just a quick answer. I remember exchanging a glance with Tyler. The lie felt obvious. Maybe there was some innocent explanation. Maybe the people below had nothing to do with him. Still, the certainty in his voice bothered me. The man lingered beside the fire longer than seemed necessary. He looked around our campsite several times, not sightseeing, studying. His eyes kept moving from our tent to our backpacks and then toward the darkness surrounding us. Eventually he left. The beam from his flashlight disappeared between the trees. Neither Tyler nor I spoke for several seconds. Then Tyler quietly said exactly what I had been thinking. That guy wasn't alone. I nodded. The atmosphere around camp shifted after that. Every small sound seemed sharper. Every rustle carried weight. Night settled completely. The darkness beyond our fire became a solid wall. An hour passed, then another. Neither of us relaxed. Several times I thought I heard movement beyond the clearing. Not animals. Something slower. Careful. I would shine my flashlight toward the sound and see nothing. The feeling of being watched kept growing. It wasn't panic yet, just pressure, like invisible eyes fixed on us from somewhere beyond the reach of the firelight. Tyler finally broke the silence. We should leave. The suggestion felt ridiculous at first. It was late. The trail was rough. Our vehicle was still a long hike away, but the moment he said it, I realized I wanted to leave too. Neither of us could explain why. We simply didn't want to stay there anymore. We started packing quietly. The fire was reduced to glowing coals. Then we buried the remaining heat beneath dirt until the campsite went dark. The sudden absence of firelight made everything worse. The forest became enormous. Black trunks surrounded us on every side. Our flashlights created narrow tunnels through the darkness. We loaded our gear and started toward the trail. I remember feeling relieved. The decision had been made. We were leaving. Then a figure stepped into the path ahead. The same man. He stood motionless. No flashlight now. No visible gear. Just a silhouette illuminated by our beams. My stomach dropped. The trail was narrow. To continue, we would have to pass him. He didn't move, didn't speak, didn't react to the light shining directly at his face. What I remember most was his smile. It wasn't wide, it wasn't exaggerated, it simply never changed. His mouth remained fixed in the exact same expression while he stared at us. Every instinct in my body screamed that something was wrong. Tyler called out to him. No response. The smile stayed there. The man looked almost unreal, standing in complete darkness. Then I heard footsteps. Not in front of us. To the left, Another set answered from the right, then another behind us. The sounds appeared almost simultaneously. Movement through leaves, branches shifting, people running. The realization hit so hard it felt physical. The man in front of us wasn't alone. He never had been. The sounds multiplied. Footsteps moving between trees, closing distance, not random, coordinated. The smile never left his face. Then the man stepped sideways, just enough to clear the trail. At the exact same moment, the forest exploded with movement. I saw shapes darting between trunks. More than one, more than two. I couldn't tell how many. All I knew was they were moving fast. Tyler grabbed my shoulder. We ran. The next few minutes remained the most terrified I have ever been. We sprinted down the trail without any plan beyond getting away. Branches whipped across my face. Roots caught my boots. My flashlight beam bounced wildly through the darkness. Behind us came footsteps, lots of them, not a single pursuer, multiple. The sounds shifted constantly, sometimes directly behind, sometimes off to one side, sometimes ahead for a second before disappearing again. Whoever they were, they seemed to know the terrain far better than we did. I risked a glance backward. A beam of light flashed through the trees, then another. I couldn't see faces, only movement. The impression of people weaving between trunks, trying to cut us off. Tyler nearly fell crossing a rocky section of trail. I grabbed his arm and yanked him upright. We kept running. My lungs burned. Every survival instinct had taken over. No thoughts, no strategy, just movement. The footsteps remained close. I heard crashing brush to our right. Then directly ahead, we veered off the trail for a few seconds to avoid whatever was approaching, and stumbled through dense vegetation before finding the path again. At one point, I was certain someone reached for me. A shape appeared beside a tree only a few feet away. An arm moved. I jumped sideways and kept running without looking back. The forest seemed endless. Every minute felt like 20. Then through the trees, I spotted something reflective. Metal. Our vehicle. I almost couldn't believe it. The parking area was still a short distance away, but seeing it gave me enough energy to push harder. Tyler saw it too. We sprinted the remaining distance. The footsteps behind us grew louder, closer. The parking area burst into view. Our vehicle sat alone beneath the trees. We ran straight for it. Tyler yanked open the passenger door while I fumbled with the keys. For one horrible second, I dropped them. The footsteps were almost on top of us. I snatched the keys from the dirt, unlocked the door, and threw myself into the driver's seat. The engine started immediately. I slammed the vehicle into gear. Headlights flooded the parking area. For a brief moment, the beams illuminated the edge of the woods. Several figures stood among the trees, not close enough for details, just silhouettes, watching, motionless. Then they stepped backward into darkness. I didn't wait to see more. We sped down the access road and didn't stop until we reached a gas station nearly an hour away. Neither of us spoke much during the drive. Neither of us slept that night. The next morning, we tried convincing ourselves there had to be a reasonable explanation. Maybe a group of people had been playing some kind of game. Maybe they wanted to scare us. Maybe we had misunderstood everything. But neither explanation fits what happened. The man lied about being alone, after we had already seen people moving through the woods below the overlook. He appeared on the trail exactly when we decided to leave. The footsteps started from multiple directions at once. The movements felt organized, planned, coordinated. Years later, I still remember the final image most clearly. Not the running, not the fear, just those dark figures standing at the edge of the headlights, perfectly still among the trees. I first noticed the light because it didn't belong there. The afternoon had been clear and cold, the kind of high-altitude weather that makes distant ridgelines look close enough to touch. I was several miles off any maintained trail, picking my way through old game paths and broken terrain toward an abandoned fire lookout I had marked on a map months earlier. Exploring forgotten structures was something I did whenever I had time. I liked finding places that people had stopped caring about. By the time I reached the lookout, the sun was already lowering behind the mountains. The structure stood on steel supports anchored into bare rock. Years of storms had stripped paint from the metal, the wooden lookout room perched above the trees, leaning slightly but still standing. A rusted ladder climbed from the ground to a platform beneath the room. I spent an hour checking the place over. The floor creaked but felt solid. Several windows were cracked. Old shelves lined one wall. Wind moved through gaps in the boards, producing a constant low whistle. It wasn't comfortable, but it was dry. My vehicle was parked a long hike away down an abandoned logging route. Rather than make the trip back before dark, I decided to spend the night in the lookout. That decision almost got me trapped. The last sunlight was fading when I noticed the light. At first I thought it was a reflection. I was looking through a western window when something flickered among the trees below. It appeared for a second, vanished, then appeared again. I stood and moved closer. The source wasn't stationary, it was moving. The light drifted between the trunks at a slow walking pace. Not a flashlight, not a headlamp. It glowed with an uneven orange color, brightening and dimming unpredictably. It reminded me of a lantern or a torch. I watched it for several minutes. Nobody should have been out there. The nearest maintained trail was far away. The terrain around the lookout was rough enough that most hikers avoided it entirely, yet the light continued moving. Eventually it disappeared behind a rise. I kept watching, expecting it to reappear. It didn't. Darkness settled over the mountain. I ate a quick dinner and closed the lookout room door against the growing wind. For a while, everything felt normal. The building creaked, branches scraped against metal supports. The temperature dropped. I read for an hour before deciding to sleep. Just before fully dark, I looked out one last time. Someone was standing at the base of the lookout. The figure hadn't been there moments earlier. I froze. The person stood beside the ladder, motionless, too far away for details, too dark for a face. I could only make out the outline. They were looking directly up at me. I stayed still. So did they. The silence felt wrong. No wave, no greeting, no attempt to climb. The person simply stared. A minute passed, then another. The wind pushed against the structure. The figure remained unmoving. Finally, they lifted one arm. For a second, I thought they were waving. Instead, they made a brief gesture toward the trees. A simple motion. Then they turned. Without looking back, they walked into the darkness. I watched until I couldn't see them anymore. The entire encounter left me unsettled. If someone had wanted help, they would have called out. If they were another explorer, they probably would have introduced themselves. Nothing about it made sense. I checked the ladder through the window several times before lying down. Eventually, exhaustion won. I fell asleep. The sound that woke me came from directly below. Metal. A sharp metallic clang. My eyes opened instantly. Another clang followed, then another. The noise traveled upward through the structure. For a few seconds, I couldn't understand what I was hearing. Then recognition hit. Someone was climbing the ladder. I sat upright. The sound continued. Metal boots or shoes striking rusted rungs. Slow, deliberate, getting closer. I looked toward the door. The lookout room had only one entrance. The ladder. The same ladder now carrying someone upward. Every possible exit depended on it. The realization sent a surge of adrenaline through me. I grabbed my flashlight and moved to a window. The beam swept downward. Nothing. The angle prevented me from seeing directly beneath the platform, but the climbing continued. Closer, closer. Then it stopped. Silence. I stood there listening. The wind pressed against the walls. My pulse hammered in my ears. No movement, no voices, no footsteps. Several minutes passed. Maybe whoever climbed had stopped on the platform. Maybe they had gone back down. I didn't know. I moved carefully to another window. Still nothing. The uncertainty was worse than seeing someone. I remained awake for what felt like an hour. Eventually, the mountain became quiet again. I almost convinced myself I had imagined it. Then something struck the underside of the lookout room. The impact rattled the floor. A second hit followed. Harder, the building shuddered. I backed away. Another blow. Then sudden movement outside. fast movement. I rushed to a window. A dark figure was running around the platform beneath the lookout room. I caught only fragments through gaps and angles. A shoulder, an arm, a blur crossing beneath a window. The person moved quickly and erratically. The platform circled the room. Whoever it was kept rushing around it. The old structure groaned under the shifting weight. I knew I couldn't stay there until morning. The lookout suddenly felt like a trap. The elevation that had seemed useful earlier now worked against me. I had one route to the ground, one route to my vehicle, one route away from whoever was outside. The figure slammed into part of the structure below. Wood cracked. The sound echoed through the night. That made my decision. I grabbed my pack. If I waited, things could get worse. The ladder was dangerous. The platform was dangerous. But staying put felt worse. I opened the door. Cold air flooded inside. The platform below was dark. For a moment, everything appeared empty. Then movement flashed beneath me. The figure rushed across the far side of the platform. I couldn't see details. Only speed. Only darkness. I stepped onto the ladder. The metal felt slick with condensation. Immediately, the structure vibrated. The figure was moving again. I started down. Fast. The platform wrapped around the lookout room above me. Footsteps pounded overhead. The person was running. The sound circled above. One direction, then another. The platform shook. I descended faster. My boots slipped on a run. I caught myself and kept going. Above me, the footsteps accelerated. The figure seemed to be racing around the lookout room while I climbed down. Wood creaked. Metal groaned. The entire structure felt alive with motion. Halfway down, I risked a glance upward. A dark shape crossed the platform. Just a silhouette. Then it disappeared from view. My hands burned against the cold steel. I kept moving. The footsteps suddenly changed direction. Now they were coming toward the ladder, toward me. I heard rapid impacts above. The noise was unmistakable. The figure had reached the ladder entrance. Adrenaline exploded through me. I descended as quickly as I could without falling. The ladder rattled violently. Something moved onto it above. I didn't look. Looking wouldn't help. The ground rushed closer. 10 feet. 8. 6. My boots hit dirt. I jumped clear. The instant I landed, I sprinted. Branches whipped across my face. Loose rocks rolled beneath my feet. Behind me, metal clanged loudly. Someone was still on the ladder. I ran harder. The darkness between the trees swallowed the lookout. I followed my route by memory and occasional flashes from my flashlight. The terrain was rough enough to break an ankle. I barely noticed. Fear overrode everything else. Minutes passed, then more. Eventually, the lookout vanished behind the mountain. The sound stopped. I never heard pursuit through the forest. I never saw another light. I kept moving until I reached the abandoned logging road. From there, I practically ran to my vehicle. When I finally slammed the door shut and locked it, my hands were shaking so badly, I struggled to start the engine. I drove down the mountain before dawn. The first sunlight was appearing over distant peaks when I reached pavement. I considered going back later to investigate. I never did. There are plenty of forgotten structures in the wilderness, plenty of places where curiosity feels worth the risk. That lookout remains the only one I've abandoned without taking a single photograph. And sometimes I still picture the empty ladder disappearing upward into the darkness. I knew something was wrong the second I stepped back into camp and saw my fire dead, not dying, not smoldering low after neglect. Dead. An hour earlier, before heading down an overgrown side trail, I built it carefully inside a ring of old stones. Thick hardwood logs. Plenty of fuel. It had been burning hot enough that I expected to see glowing coals when I returned. Instead, the fire pit looked as if someone had deliberately drowned it. Gray ash sat motionless beneath a layer of damp black residue. I stopped walking. The clearing was silent except for the wind moving through the trees. Then I smelled smoke. Not from my fire. A fresh column of smoke drifted upward somewhere beyond the woods behind camp. At first, I thought another camper had arrived. The area wasn't popular, but it wasn't impossible. I dropped my backpack beside my tent. and climbed a small rise overlooking the trees. The smoke was coming from deeper in the forest and from the direction of the old lodge. I had discovered the place earlier that morning while following an abandoned trail, barely visible beneath years of weeds and fallen branches. Urban exploration was a hobby of mine. Whenever I camped somewhere remote, I spent part of the day searching for forgotten structures. The lodge had immediately caught my attention. It sat alone in a clearing surrounded by pines, large, wooden, decaying. The roof sagged in places, and vines had crawled up the walls. One side of the building leaned slightly, as if the foundation had shifted years ago. The front door had been standing partially open. I remembered that detail clearly. I had pushed it wider and looked inside. Dust covered everything. Broken furniture, collapsed shelving, a stone fireplace filled with debris. The place looked abandoned. I hadn't gone far inside because sections of the floor seemed unstable. After a quick look around, I left and continued exploring, now staring at the distant smoke. I felt an uncomfortable connection forming between the lodge and my extinguished fire. I told myself I was being paranoid. Still, curiosity won. I grabbed my flashlight and headed back toward the trail. The hike took longer than expected. The narrow path disappeared repeatedly beneath vegetation. By the time I reached the clearing around the lodge, the smoke had mostly faded. The building looked exactly as I remembered, except for one thing. The door was closed. I slowed. A cold sensation crept through my stomach. The open doorway had been one of the first things I'd noticed earlier. Now it was shut completely. I approached carefully. The closer I got, the more details emerged. Fresh gouges marked the wood around the doorframe. Several long scratches cut through layers of old paint. The marks looked recent, not weathered, not aged, recent. I crouched to examine them. The exposed wood beneath the scratches appeared lighter than the surrounding surface. Someone had made those marks recently. I stood and listened. Nothing. No voices. No movement. No signs of another person. The lodge remained still. I convinced myself someone must have discovered the building after I left. Maybe hunters, maybe another explorer, maybe someone using the place as a temporary shelter. The possibility should have reassured me. Instead, it made me uneasy. I stepped onto the porch. The boards creaked loudly beneath my boots. I knocked. No answer. After several seconds, I grabbed the handle and pulled. The door didn't move. I pulled harder. Nothing. The resistance felt wrong. Not locked. Held. The sensation was unmistakable, as though pressure existed on the other side. I stopped immediately. The woods behind me suddenly felt very large. I stared at the door. The old wood remained motionless. No footsteps, no voices, no indication anyone stood there. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was inches away on the opposite side, listening, waiting. I backed off the porch. My heartbeat had become noticeably faster. The rational part of my brain fought to regain control. Maybe the door had swollen from moisture. Maybe debris had fallen against it. Maybe the entire thing was stuck. There were countless explanations. I repeated them while retreating toward the trail. None of them made me feel better. The walk back to camp felt different. Every sound seemed amplified. Branches shifting overhead, leaves scraping together, the distant call of birds. I found myself looking over my shoulder far more often than normal. When I reached camp, the uneasiness remained. The extinguished fire, the smoke, the closed door, the fresh gouges, the feeling of resistance when I pulled the handle. Individually, each detail meant nothing. Together, they created a picture I didn't like. I decided to leave before dark, not because I thought I was in danger. At least that's what I told myself. I simply wasn't enjoying the trip anymore. The problem was that packing a campsite takes time. Hours passed as I organized equipment and loaded supplies into my vehicle parked near the trailhead. By late afternoon, clouds rolled overhead. The forest darkened. The wind strengthened. I worked faster. As evening approached, I began dismantling my tent. The woods had become unusually quiet, not silent, just subdued, like something had pushed the normal sounds farther away. I folded one side of the tent when I heard it. A laugh, soft, brief, coming from the trees. I froze. The sound hadn't been loud enough to identify a direction immediately. I waited. Nothing followed. No footsteps. No movement. Only wind. I slowly stood upright. Every hair on my arms had risen. The laugh hadn't sounded friendly. It hadn't sounded amused. It sounded private. The kind of laugh someone makes when they think they're alone. I turned slowly. The surrounding forest appeared empty. Tall trunks, deep shadows, dense undergrowth, no people, no animals, nothing visible at all. I told myself it could have been a bird. Certain birds produce strange sounds. I knew that. I had heard them before, yet I couldn't convince myself because I knew exactly what I'd heard. A human laugh. Quiet, solitary, close enough that it should have belonged to someone standing among the trees. I began packing faster. The sun slipped lower. Shadows stretched across the clearing. The forest beyond camp became increasingly difficult to see. Several times I caught myself staring toward the same section of woods. I had no reason to focus there, yet my eyes kept returning, as though some instinct had noticed something my conscious mind missed. The feeling intensified. Being watched wasn't dramatic. It wasn't overwhelming, just persistent, a pressure that refused to disappear. By the time darkness arrived, my vehicle was loaded. Only a few items remained. I grabbed them and moved quickly. Another sound drifted from the trees. Not a laugh this time, just movement, brief, then gone. I stopped, listened, waited. Nothing. The silence that followed felt worse. I threw the remaining gear into the vehicle and climbed inside. The doors locked automatically. For several seconds, I simply sat there, breathing, watching the tree line. The headlights illuminated only a narrow section of forest. Everything beyond that vanished into darkness. I told myself to leave. Instead, I looked toward the distant ridge where the lodge sat hidden among the trees. A single thought entered my mind. What if someone had been living there? Not recently, for a long time. Someone who preferred not to be found. Someone who watched strangers wander through their territory. Someone who noticed me enter the lodge. Someone who waited until I left before closing the door. Someone who walked to my campsite while I was away. Someone who extinguished my fire. The thought made my stomach tighten. I started the engine. The headlights brightened. As I turned onto the rough access road, something caught my attention in the side mirror. Movement near the edge of the clearing. A shape between two trees. Too far away to identify. Too dark to distinguish. Gone almost immediately. Maybe it had never been there. Maybe exhaustion and nerves had finally gotten the better of me. I didn't stop to find out. The road curved away from camp. The forest swallowed the clearing behind me. I drove until the trailhead disappeared completely. Even then, I kept checking my mirrors. Years later, I still think about that abandoned lodge, about the fresh gouges around the door, about the pressure holding it shut, about the smoke rising from somewhere behind the trees. Most of all, I think about that quiet laugh drifting through the forest while I tore down my camp and hurried to leave, because it sounded exactly like someone who knew I had finally understood I wasn't alone. I came to that mountain because I was tired of seeing people. That sounds dramatic, but it was true. For years, I had spent my free time chasing places where roads disappeared and cell service died. The older I got, the farther I pushed. Eventually, I found an abandoned fire lookout tower high above a dense stretch of forest where the nearest town was hours away. The trail up was steep, the weather unpredictable, and most people avoided it completely. That was exactly why I wanted to spend several days there. The tower stood above the trees on steel supports, overlooking miles of dark green wilderness. From the platform, the forest looked endless. During the day, clouds drifted beneath distant peaks. At night, the stars were so bright they seemed close enough to touch. The first day passed quietly. I hiked, took photographs, and sat on the platform reading, while the wind rattled the old structure. The isolation felt perfect. The stranger arrived late that afternoon. I noticed movement on the trail below, and assumed it was another hiker. That wasn't unusual. Even remote places occasionally attracted curious visitors, but as the person climbed toward the tower, something felt off. He wasn't carrying anything. No backpack, No sleeping bag, no food, no water bottle, nothing. The trail to reach the lookout was long enough that anyone planning to stay overnight would need supplies. Even day hikers usually carried basic gear. This man had empty hands. He looked to be in his 40s, wearing dark clothes and a faded jacket. His expression remained strangely flat as he climbed the final section of trail and stepped onto the clearing surrounding the tower. I watched from above. He looked up at me for several seconds before asking if people were allowed to stay inside. The question immediately struck me as strange. I explained that people occasionally use the lookout and that I was already staying there. His eyes moved past me toward the structure. I added that others sometimes came through as well. His reaction bothered me. Most people would apologize or move on after hearing the place was occupied. Instead, he acted dismissive, almost irritated, as though the presence of other people was an inconvenience. After another moment, he nodded once and wandered away into the trees. I watched until he disappeared. For some reason, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I told myself I was overthinking it. Maybe he was local. Maybe he was simply odd. Still, I kept looking toward the trail for the rest of the evening. The stranger never returned, at least not while I was awake. The next day was uneventful. I explored several side trails and returned to the lookout before sunset. The weather had shifted, bringing colder air into the mountains. Wind moved through the forest in long, low waves. Darkness arrived quickly. After eating dinner, I settled into my sleeping bag inside the lookout. The tower creaked occasionally as the wind pushed against it. Around midnight, I woke unexpectedly. At first, I didn't know why. Everything was quiet. The forest outside was black. I lay there for several seconds listening. Then I heard something. A faint metallic sound. A small scrape. The kind of noise that instantly makes you alert when you're alone. I sat up. The sound came again. This time from below. I grabbed my flashlight and moved carefully toward the window. The beam cut through darkness. For a moment, I saw nothing. Then the light reached the base of the access stairs. Someone was standing there. The stranger. He wasn't climbing. He wasn't moving. He was simply standing at the bottom of the tower looking up, watching. The flashlight illuminated his face for only a second before I jerked the beam away. My stomach dropped. I waited. Maybe he would leave. Maybe there was some explanation. Minutes passed. I looked again. He hadn't moved. The same position. The same upward stare. Every instinct I had started screaming that something was wrong. I locked the door and stayed awake for the rest of the night. Eventually dawn arrived, when sunlight spread across the mountains. I looked outside again. The stranger was gone. I searched the clearing surrounding the tower. Nothing. No sign of him. No footprints that I could clearly identify. No discarded items. The encounter felt almost unreal. But then I noticed something attached to the railing surrounding the platform. A folded piece of paper. My chest tightened. I walked toward it. The note had been tucked beneath a rusted section of metal. There was no question that it hadn't been there before. I unfolded it. The handwriting was uneven. Only a short message had been written. It mentioned me, not by name, but clearly enough. The message confirmed something I had desperately hoped wasn't true. The stranger had approached the tower while I slept, close enough to leave the note, close enough to know exactly where I was. I looked across the forest. Every tree suddenly felt threatening. The isolation that had attracted me now felt dangerous. I considered leaving immediately. Instead, I convinced myself to stay one more night. I regret that decision. Throughout the day, I couldn't relax. Every sound drew my attention. Every movement among the trees made me stop and stare. The feeling of being watched never disappeared. By evening, clouds covered much of the sky. Darkness seemed heavier than the previous night. I double-checked the door. I kept my flashlight nearby. For hours, nothing happened. Then, shortly before midnight, I stepped outside onto the platform. I don't even remember why. Maybe I wanted fresh air. Maybe I wanted reassurance that nobody was there. The moment I emerged, I looked toward the forest edge and saw movement. A figure slipped between the trees. Not an animal, a person. I caught only a glimpse before it vanished behind the trunks. My entire body went cold. I stared into the darkness. The figure appeared again, farther along the tree line, moving, watching, keeping pace with the lookout. The distance made details impossible to see, but I knew enough. Someone was out there. The same overwhelming fear from the previous night returned instantly, only worse, because now I knew he had already approached the tower while I slept. I backed inside and shut the door. The structure suddenly felt fragile, too exposed, too easy to access. Every creak sounded like footsteps. Every gust of wind sounded like movement beneath the platform. I tried convincing myself to stay put until morning. I lasted less than an hour. Then I heard another metallic scrape from below. That was enough. I packed what I could carry and left. The decision felt reckless, but remaining felt worse. I switched off my flashlight before descending the stairs. The darkness was almost complete. I moved as quietly as possible. The forest swallowed me within seconds. Branches scraped against my clothes. Roots caught my boots. The terrain dropped steeply away from the lookout. Behind me, the tower disappeared among the trees. I kept moving. Fast. The forest at night is disorienting even under normal circumstances. When you're terrified, every shadow becomes a threat. Several times I thought I heard movement behind me. Several times I stopped and listened. The woods answered with silence, then wind, then distant rustling. I never turned around long enough to investigate. I just kept going. The night seemed endless. Hours passed before I reached a service road that eventually connected to civilization. Only then did I stop. Only then did I feel the first hint of relief. I drove away before sunrise. I never returned to that lookout. I've spent years visiting remote places since then. But something changed after that experience. I still seek solitude. I still love wilderness. But now I pay attention to small things. A vehicle parked where it shouldn't be. Footprints near camp. A stranger asking questions that don't feel right. Most people think danger in isolated places comes from the environment. The mountains, the weather, the terrain. What stays with me is the memory of standing on that tower and realizing someone had spent time close enough to leave a note while I slept. Whenever I think about that mountain, I don't remember the views or the silence. I remember looking into the darkness below the access stairs and finding a man already looking back. The moment I decided to leave my campsite, I hadn't seen anything impossible. I hadn't heard strange noises in the woods. Nothing had touched my tent. Nothing had appeared in the darkness. What broke me was another person. I was hiking alone in a forest valley, along the edge of a mountain range in late autumn. The weather had been gloomy all day, with low clouds hanging over the ridges and turning the afternoon darker than it should have been. I'd picked a small clearing beside a narrow trail and spent most of the evening cooking dinner and reading while the last traces of daylight faded behind the trees. I'm not an adventurous person. I hike because I enjoy quiet places and because I know my limits. I carry proper gear, tell people where I'm going, and avoid unnecessary risks. That caution is probably the only reason I made it back to my truck that night. It was nearly dark when I noticed movement between the trees. At first I assumed it was another hiker. The trail wasn't heavily used, but it wasn't remote enough to be surprising. The figure moved slowly through the undergrowth, stumbling more than walking. As he emerged into the clearing, I saw a man in his 30s or 40s. His clothes were dirty. One sleeve had been torn open. His face looked pale even in the dim light. The thing that stood out immediately was his expression. He looked terrified, not nervous. Not lost, terrified. His eyes kept darting into the forest behind him. I stood up and asked if he was okay. The man stopped several yards away. For a second he didn't answer. He seemed focused on something behind me, not on me, behind me, the empty woods beyond my tent. I glanced over my shoulder. There was nothing there. When I looked back, he was still staring. His breathing sounded ragged. Finally, he asked if I was alone. I told him I was. His eyes narrowed. He looked past me again. Then he muttered something I couldn't make out and backed away. I asked if he needed help. He shook his head. Then he disappeared into the trees without another word. I stood there for a while listening. Eventually, the sounds of his movement faded. The whole encounter left me uneasy. but I assumed he was either injured or suffering from some kind of panic attack. I considered contacting emergency services immediately, but cell reception in the valley was unreliable. I figured I would try later if I could get a signal. Night settled in completely. Clouds blocked the moon. The forest became a wall of black silhouettes. I crawled into my tent and tried to relax. For about an hour, everything seemed normal. Then I heard footsteps. They weren't distant. They were close. Approaching my campsite, I sat upright instantly. The footsteps stopped. Silence. I listened for several seconds before unzipping the tent and shining my flashlight outside. The beam found the same man standing at the edge of the clearing. I hadn't heard him arrive. He was simply there, watching. I stepped out of the tent. His appearance had somehow gotten worse. His face looked exhausted. His eyes seemed wider than before. He kept glancing over my shoulder. Again, always behind me. The flashlight illuminated empty trees. Nothing else. The man pointed toward the darkness beyond my campsite. His hand was trembling. I asked what was wrong. He ignored the question. Instead, he asked whether I could see anyone standing back there. I turned around. The beam swept across trunks and brush. Nothing. When I looked back at him, he was still staring at the same spot. His expression reminded me of someone watching a venomous snake. I told him there was nobody there. For a moment, he looked relieved. Then confusion crossed his face. Then fear returned. Worse than before. He stepped backward. His gaze shifted between me and the darkness behind me. The forest felt suddenly smaller. My campsite no longer seemed like a safe place. The man began asking strange questions. How long had I been there? Had I seen anyone watching me? Had I heard footsteps circling my tent? The questions themselves weren't frightening. The way he asked them was. Each one came with frantic glances into the trees. Each one sounded like he expected a particular answer. I told him no. No watchers. No footsteps. No strangers. His breathing quickened. Then he leaned closer and asked if I was absolutely certain I was alone. I remember feeling annoyed at that point. I told him he was standing right in front of me, so obviously I wasn't alone. The joke didn't register. He continued staring past my shoulder. That was the moment my confidence began to crack. Not because of anything I saw, because of how convinced he seemed. The man wasn't pretending. He genuinely believed something was there, and after enough minutes of someone staring into the darkness behind you, certainty starts to erode. I found myself turning around repeatedly, checking the woods, scanning the spaces between trees, searching for movement. Every time I found nothing, but every time I looked back at him, he seemed more afraid. Then something changed. I saw it happen on his face. His eyes widened. His body froze. The color drained from his skin. Whatever he thought he was seeing had suddenly gotten closer. I spun around. The flashlight beam swept through darkness. Nothing. Just trees. Just shadows. Just empty forest. When I turned back, the man was staring directly at me, or rather, at the space immediately behind me. He whispered something. I only caught a few words. Too close. It's too close. A cold sensation ran through me. I couldn't explain it. I still hadn't seen anything, yet every instinct told me I needed to leave. Immediately. The feeling wasn't logical. It was contagious. His terror had infected me. The campsite that had seemed comfortable an hour earlier now felt exposed. Vulnerable. Wrong. I told him I was packing up. The statement seemed to surprise him. For a second I thought he might calm down. Instead, he became agitated. His attention snapped away from the darkness and onto me. Then he accused me of following him. The accusation came out of nowhere. He demanded to know how long I had been tracking him. I tried explaining that I'd been camping there since before sunset. He wasn't listening. Paranoia had completely taken over. He backed away several steps. Then he asked if I was really alone. The question sounded different this time. Desperate. As though the answer mattered enormously. I opened my mouth to respond. Before I could say anything, His eyes locked onto something behind me again. The fear that crossed his face is difficult to describe. It was absolute, the kind of fear that overrides thought. His mouth fell open. He stumbled backward. Then he turned and ran, not away from me, away from whatever he believed was standing behind me. I heard him crashing through the undergrowth. Branches snapped, leaves rustled. The sounds faded rapidly into the darkness. Then there was silence, complete silence. I stood alone in the clearing. My flashlight illuminated empty woods. Nothing moved. Nothing appeared, yet I no longer felt capable of spending another minute there. I packed my gear as fast as I could. No campfire, no lantern, just darkness and a flashlight beam. Every few seconds I stopped and looked over my shoulder. I hated myself for doing it. But I couldn't stop. The man's fear had become my fear. The thought kept repeating in my head, what if he wasn't imagining it? When everything was packed, I started hiking toward the trailhead. The forest felt endless. Clouds swallowed every trace of natural light. The flashlight created a narrow tunnel through the darkness. Beyond it, there was only blackness. I walked quickly, not running. Running causes mistakes. I kept telling myself that. Still, I moved faster than I ever had on a night hike. Several times I had the sensation that someone was standing just beyond the edge of the beam. Every time I stopped and looked, there was nothing there. The trail seemed longer than it had during daylight. Hours passed before I finally reached the parking area. The sight of my truck was one of the greatest reliefs I've ever felt. I locked the doors the second I got inside. Then I drove until the mountains disappeared behind me. The following morning, I contacted local authorities. I explained what had happened and described the stranger as accurately as possible. Given his condition and behavior, I was worried he might have been injured, lost, or suffering from some kind of crisis. The officers took the report seriously. They asked questions, recorded details. Later, I learned that search efforts were conducted in the area. No trace of the man was found. No abandoned campsite. No vehicle. No indication he had ever been there at all. I've returned to many trails since then. I still hike regularly, but I no longer camp alone in remote places. Not because I believe there was something supernatural in those woods. I don't know what was happening to that man. Maybe he was experiencing severe paranoia. Maybe he was fleeing from something entirely real. Maybe exhaustion and darkness amplified everything for both of us. What stays with me isn't the possibility that something was out there. It's the memory of watching another human being look past my shoulder with complete certainty that something was standing there, and the image of an empty stretch of forest disappearing into darkness, where I kept finding myself compelled to look. I first noticed it because my flashlight caught a dull metal glint where there should have been nothing. I was deep in a stretch of forest that didn't appear on any trail map I owned. That was the entire point of the trip. I traveled alone because I liked the silence, and after a difficult year, I wanted a few days with no roads, no people, and no noise except wind moving through trees. The terrain was strange for a forest. It was almost completely flat, with dense growth in every direction. During daylight, it felt manageable. After dark, it felt endless. I had set up camp shortly before sunset in a small clearing, barely large enough for my tent. By midnight, the forest had settled into a steady rhythm of insects and distant rustling leaves. I was lying in my sleeping bag reading by headlamp when I heard a sharp electronic chirp. It sounded completely out of place. A brief tone echoed through the trees, then silence. A minute later, it happened again. The sound reminded me of an alarm notification from an old device. Not loud, not urgent, just repetitive. I sat still and listened. Chirp, silence, chirp. The interval never changed. At first I assumed someone had lost a phone somewhere in the woods, but the nearest road was miles away. I had spent the entire day hiking without seeing another person. The sound continued. After nearly 15 minutes, I finally stood up and stepped outside. The air felt colder than it had earlier. I turned off my headlamp and listened carefully. Chirp? The sound came from east of camp. I waited. Chirp. Same direction. The noise wasn't moving. That bothered me more than the sound itself. A lost phone would eventually die. An animal couldn't make such a perfect electronic tone. Whatever was creating it had been sitting in exactly the same place for a long time. Curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed my flashlight and a few basic supplies and headed toward the source. The forest swallowed light almost immediately. Dense trunks stood close together, creating narrow corridors between walls of darkness. The chirp continued. Every time it sounded, I adjusted my course. At first, I expected to find the source within a few hundred yards. Instead, I kept walking. The sound seemed closer, then farther, then closer again. Several times I stopped and considered turning around, but each new chirp pulled me forward. Eventually, I reached a section of forest where the undergrowth thinned enough for me to see farther ahead. The chirp sounded again. This time I spotted something, a faint red light, low to the ground. I approached cautiously. The source turned out to be a small electronic device attached to a tree trunk with black tape. The thing was no larger than my hand. A battery pack hung beneath it. A tiny speaker emitted the repetitive tone. I stared at it for several seconds. Someone had placed it there deliberately. There was no reasonable explanation for it being in the middle of an unmapped forest. The red indicator blinked. Chirp. I stepped closer. The device looked homemade, not military, not professional, just enough wiring and plastic casing to serve one purpose, making that sound. I pulled the battery free. The chirping stopped instantly. Silence rushed back into the woods. The sudden absence of noise felt almost as unsettling as the sound itself. For a moment, I considered taking the device with me. Instead, I left it where it was and began walking back toward camp. The return trip felt longer, without the chirps guiding me. Every direction looked identical. Several times I had to stop and verify my position. The forest seemed different now. Not physically different, just wrong, as if I had stumbled into something I wasn't supposed to find. An hour passed before I finally saw the reflective cord lines around my campsite. Relief lasted only a second. My tent was open. I froze. The zipper hung partially undone. Equipment was scattered everywhere. I rushed forward. Someone had gone through everything. Food bags were ripped open. Storage pouches lay emptied. Clothing had been tossed into the dirt. The first thing I checked was my defensive gear. Gone. Every piece. Then I checked my emergency supplies. Gone. Flashlights. Knife. Bear spray, medical kit, even backup batteries. Whoever had entered the camp hadn't stolen valuables. They had taken anything useful. I spun slowly in a circle, sweeping my remaining flashlight through the trees. Nothing moved. Nothing answered. The silence felt enormous. I considered staying until daylight. That idea lasted less than a minute. The realization hit me all at once. The electronic device had drawn me away from camp. That couldn't be coincidence. Someone wanted me gone. Someone knew where I was. Someone had spent enough time watching me to know exactly which items would leave me vulnerable. I packed what little remained. The safest option was reaching my vehicle before sunrise. I knew the general direction of the access road. If I walked steadily, I could be out by morning. I abandoned the campsite and entered the darkness again. For the first half hour, nothing happened. The forest remained quiet. I began convincing myself there might be a rational explanation. Maybe another traveler had found my camp. Maybe the device was part of some bizarre prank. Maybe I was overreacting. Then my flashlight beam landed on something lying directly in the path ahead. I stopped. A black cylinder. Bear spray. My bear spray. I recognized the scratches on the side. My stomach tightened. I approached slowly. The canister wasn't alone. Several feet farther along sat my flashlight. Beyond that was my knife. Then my emergency whistle. Then more equipment. Each item carefully placed. Not dropped. Not discarded. Arranged. A line of stolen gear stretched down the trail ahead of me. Every piece positioned neatly where I couldn't miss it. The sight was more disturbing than finding everything destroyed. Someone had carried these items here. Someone had taken the time to organize them. Someone knew I would eventually walk this direction. I turned my flashlight toward the surrounding woods. Nothing, only trees, darkness, stillness. I backed away from the trail. The arrangement felt like a message. I didn't know what the message meant. I only knew I didn't want to continue forward. A branch cracked somewhere behind me. I spun instantly. The sound came from deeper in the forest. Then another crack, closer. I aimed my flashlight into the darkness. The beam revealed nothing. For several seconds, the woods became perfectly silent. Then I heard footsteps. Fast footsteps, not walking, running. My body reacted before my mind caught up. I ran. The sounds exploded behind me. Heavy impacts pounded through leaves and soil. Whoever was following moved quickly. Far quicker than I expected. I sprinted between trees, stumbling over roots hidden beneath dead leaves. The flashlight beam bounced wildly. Footsteps remained behind me, always behind me, never close enough to see, never far enough to ignore. I dropped a bag to run faster. The footsteps continued. My lungs burned. The forest blurred around me. Every direction looked identical. The pounding behind me grew louder. I abandoned more gear, then more, anything slowing me down. The sounds matched every desperate turn. If I angled left, they followed. If I cut right, they followed. I never saw a face, never heard a voice, only relentless movement through darkness. At one point I risked a glance backward. My flashlight caught motion between trunks. A shape, human-sized, gone almost immediately. I ran harder. Branches whipped against my arms. The pounding footfalls surged closer. I thought I felt another presence just beyond the flashlight's reach. Keeping pace, waiting. The chase stretched on long enough for panic to become exhaustion. Eventually I saw something that looked impossible. A pale strip beyond the trees. Road gravel. I burst from the forest and nearly fell onto the access road. The footsteps stopped. Instantly. No gradual slowdown. No retreat. One moment they were there. The next moment they were gone. I staggered forward several yards before turning around. The forest stood silent behind me. Nothing emerged. Nothing moved. I swept my flashlight across the tree line. No reflection. No silhouette. No sign of another person. Only darkness. I reached my vehicle shortly before dawn. Every remaining item I owned had been abandoned somewhere in the woods. I drove away without stopping. The next day I contacted local authorities and described what had happened. Searches were conducted. Nothing significant was found. The campsite had already been disturbed by weather and wildlife. The electronic device was gone. No footprints were recovered. No stolen gear was located. For a long time, I tried convincing myself there had to be a simple explanation. A prank. A criminal. Someone living illegally in the forest. Maybe that's all it was. But one detail still bothers me. The line of stolen equipment had pointed directly toward the route I would need to take to leave. Not roughly. Not generally. Exactly. Whoever arranged those items knew where I was going before I did. And sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night, I still picture that trail disappearing into darkness, with my own gear waiting for me in a perfect line, and something unseen standing beyond the last object. I knew something was wrong before I ever saw anyone. The lake was a black sheet of glass under the evening sky, tucked deep inside a section of forest I'd spent years exploring. There were no maintained trails out there, no campsites marked on maps, and almost no cell reception. That's exactly why my friend Mark and I liked it. If you knew the old logging roads and where to leave them, you could disappear into those woods for days without seeing another person. That Friday evening, we unloaded our gear beside the shoreline and built camp beneath a stand of pines. The weather was calm, the air cool enough for a fire, and the water barely moved. Everything felt normal. Still, while gathering wood before dark, I noticed something odd. The ground around our camp showed signs that someone had been there recently. Not boot prints exactly, more like disturbed patches of soil and broken brush leading into the trees. I assumed another camper had passed through at some point, but the area was remote enough that it stuck with me. By nightfall, we had a fire going and settled into camp chairs facing the lake. The forest was quiet except for insects and the occasional splash from somewhere out on the water. Around midnight, I woke briefly inside my tent. I wasn't sure what had disturbed me. For a few seconds, I listened to the darkness. Then I heard it, a faint crunch. Not close, somewhere beyond camp, a single footstep, then nothing. I stayed awake for a while, listening for more sounds, but eventually fell back asleep. The next morning, the feeling lingered. Mark noticed it too. Neither of us could point to anything specific. The woods simply felt occupied. We spent the day fishing along different sections of shoreline. By late afternoon, we returned to camp and made dinner. The sun dropped lower, turning the water orange. As twilight settled over the trees, I grabbed a small bag and headed toward the shoreline to clean some gear. When I came back a few minutes later, I froze. Someone was sitting beside our fire. The figure was crouched low, facing the flames. At first I thought it was Mark. Then the person turned. Wrong clothes, wrong build, a complete stranger. The man stared directly at me. I remember his expression more than anything else. Not angry, not surprised, just intensely focused, like he'd been waiting for me. We locked eyes for maybe 2 seconds. Then he stood and bolted into the trees. No warning, no explanation, just gone. I sprinted after him for several yards before stopping. The forest swallowed him almost immediately. There was no sound of continued movement, no crashing through brush, nothing. When I got back to camp, Mark was already standing. He'd heard me yell. We searched the immediate area together but found nothing except footprints leading away from the fire and disappearing among roots and fallen needles. Neither of us liked it. The nearest road was miles away. Nobody should have been wandering through our camp. We agreed to stay alert. That night, neither of us slept particularly well. The next morning brought clear skies and an uneasy silence. Over breakfast, Mark suggested exploring a narrow inlet farther down the shoreline. We'd been there before and knew the route. The plan was simple. We would hike around the northern side while I checked a small cove farther south. We'd reconnect near sunset. It seemed reasonable. Looking back, separating was the biggest mistake we made. The afternoon passed quietly. I spent hours moving through familiar terrain, following game paths and shoreline rocks. By early evening, I started heading toward our meeting point. Halfway there, my phone vibrated. I almost laughed from surprise. There was barely enough reception in that area for messages. The notification showed it came from Mark's location sharing app. The message wasn't normal. Instead of coordinates, it displayed a short line of text. Wrong way? Turn east. I stared at it. The message made no sense. The trail I was following already led directly toward our meeting point. Even stranger, the location attached to the alert placed Mark nearly 2 miles west of where he should have been. I tried calling. Nothing. The call failed immediately. I sent a text asking what was going on. No response. A few minutes later, another notification appeared. Still wrong. Same strange wording. Same inaccurate location. That's when concern replaced confusion. Mark knew these woods almost as well as I did. He wouldn't get lost, and he definitely wouldn't communicate like that. I changed direction and started moving toward the location shown on the device. The forest grew darker as evening settled in. My flashlight bounced across trunks and brush, while I followed old terrain features I recognized. The entire time I kept checking my phone. The location moved, then moved again. Each update placed Mark somewhere different. The path didn't make sense. It looked random, as if whoever carried the device was wandering without purpose. I picked up my pace. The deeper I went, the worse the feeling became. Several times I thought I heard movement paralleling me through the trees, not close enough to identify, just occasional sounds. A branch shifting, leaves brushing, footsteps that stopped whenever I stopped. The last location update suddenly appeared much closer, less than half a mile away. Then everything went silent. No more notifications, no more movement. I hurried forward and finally saw someone. A figure stood among the trees ahead. Relief hit me immediately. I assumed it was Mark. Then the person stepped into a patch of fading light. My stomach dropped. It wasn't him, the man from our campsite. The same stranger. He stood completely still, watching me. I shouted at him, demanded to know where Mark was. The man didn't answer. He simply turned and walked behind a cluster of trees. I ran after him. When I reached the spot, he was gone. Not running, not hiding, gone. The woods beyond were open enough that I should have seen him. Instead, there was nothing. No movement, no sound, just empty forest. Then my phone buzzed. A text. This time from Mark. A normal text. 3 words. At camp. Now. I didn't waste another second. I turned and headed back. The hike felt endless. Darkness fully covered the forest by the time I reached our campsite. I burst through the trees expecting answers. Instead, I found chaos. Mark was throwing gear into the truck. The fire was still burning. His face looked pale. When he saw me, he nearly stumbled backward. For a moment, he looked genuinely terrified, not relieved. Terrified. Then he ran toward me. He grabbed my arm and immediately started pulling me toward the vehicle. I demanded an explanation. What he told me still bothers me years later. About an hour earlier, while heading back toward camp, he'd encountered someone near the shoreline. At first, he'd assumed it was me. The person wore dark clothing and approached from a distance. As they got closer, Mark realized something was wrong. The face wasn't familiar. The expression wasn't normal. He described it as an exaggerated smile that never changed. Not a grin, not happiness, just a fixed expression. The stranger kept walking toward him without speaking. Mark called out several times. No response. The person continued approaching, closer, closer, never changing pace, never changing expression. That's when Mark ran. He cut through the woods and headed straight for camp. When he arrived, he discovered something worse. His backpack had been opened. Items had been moved. Most disturbing of all, his phone was missing. He found it several minutes later near the edge of camp, lying beside a tree. After checking it, he noticed location services were active, and messages had been sent. Messages he never wrote. The same ones I'd received. At that point, he stopped trying to understand what was happening. He started packing. Fast, I told him about seeing the stranger again. Neither of us needed convincing. We threw the remaining gear into the truck. No organization, no cleanup, just movement. As we worked, I kept scanning the tree line. The woods beyond our firelight seemed impossibly dark. Every shadow looked occupied. Every gap between trunks felt watched. Then Mark suddenly stopped. He was staring toward the shoreline. I followed his gaze. A figure stood near the water, far enough away that details disappeared into darkness, close enough to confirm someone was there, watching us. Neither of us spoke. We got into the truck, locked the doors, started the engine. The tires threw dirt as we pulled away. For several minutes, neither of us looked back. When I finally checked the mirror, the campsite had vanished behind the trees. The figure was no longer visible. We reached the main road and didn't stop driving until we were back in town. The next day, we debated reporting everything. In the end, what would we even report? A trespasser? A stalker? Someone who somehow got hold of a phone and sent misleading messages? All of those explanations were possible, maybe even likely, but none of them explain the timing, the way the messages appeared exactly when I needed to be pulled away, the way our separation allowed someone to reach Mark, the way that same person ended up alone at our camp, or the expression Mark described. Years later, I still return to those woods occasionally, though never alone and never overnight. The campsite remains there beside the lake. The shoreline looks unchanged. The trees look the same, but every time twilight settles across the water, I remember finding a stranger calmly tending our fire as if he belonged there. And I remember the last glimpse of someone standing motionless at the edge of the lake while we fled into the darkness. I noticed the man because he was standing perfectly still at the edge of a clearing where nobody ever stopped. That was what made him stand out. The trail cut through miles of isolated forest. The kind of place where every person you passed was either moving toward something or away from it. I had been hiking since late morning, following a route I'd done several times before, and I was looking for a quiet place to camp before sunset. The weather was mild. with a gray overcast sky that flattened the light and made the woods seem farther apart than they really were. The man stood beside the trail with a backpack at his feet. At first, I assumed he was waiting for someone. As I got closer, he lifted a hand and asked if I knew where he could find shelter. I had always been the type of person who tried to help people when I could. Out there, miles from the nearest road, leaving someone stranded felt wrong. I told him there were no official shelters nearby, but there was an abandoned public structure farther down an old side path. It hadn't been maintained for years, but it still had a roof. He seemed relieved. I pointed out the direction and expected that to be the end of it. Instead, he asked if I could show him. I hesitated. The path wasn't hard to find, but it was easy to miss if you didn't know what you were looking for. He claimed he was unfamiliar with the area and worried about getting lost before dark. Against my better judgment, I agreed. That decision stayed with me for a long time afterward. We walked together for nearly an hour. He wasn't particularly talkative. Most of the conversation came from me trying to be polite. His answers were short and often didn't quite match what I'd asked. Looking back, I should have paid more attention to that. The farther we went, the quieter the woods seemed. Eventually, we reached the old access trail. The structure sat at the end of it, partially hidden by trees. It had once been some kind of public facility, though I couldn't tell exactly what. Time had stripped away signs and markings. The roof sagged. Several windows were broken. The entire place looked forgotten. I stopped a short distance away. "That's it," I told him. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then he pulled out a knife. Everything changed so quickly that my brain struggled to catch up. 1 second, we were standing in front of the building. The next, he was holding the blade low and telling me to go inside. I remember staring at it. The knife wasn't unusually large. That somehow made it worse. There was nothing dramatic about it. Nothing theatrical. Just a simple tool in the hand of someone who clearly intended to use it if I didn't cooperate. He stepped closer. I backed away. He ordered me toward the entrance. The empty windows behind him looked black against the fading afternoon light. I knew if I went inside that building, I might not come back out. The realization hit with complete clarity. I dropped my backpack. Then I dropped everything else I was carrying. Water, supplies, extra clothing, anything that could slow me down, and I ran. For a split second, he seemed surprised. Then I heard him crashing after me through the brush. The forest exploded into motion. Branches whipped across my face. Roots caught my boots. I stumbled downhill and pushed deeper into terrain that wasn't part of any marked trail. The sounds behind me continued, not constant, not close, but enough. Every time I thought I had lost him, another crack of a branch would echo somewhere in the trees. The daylight faded. The forest became darker and harder to navigate. I kept moving. Fear makes time strange. Minutes stretch into hours. Distances lose meaning. I only know that by the time darkness settled completely over the woods, I was exhausted and far from anywhere familiar. I spent most of the night hiding. Whenever I heard movement, I froze. Whenever the wind shifted, I listened. The forest produced countless sounds, but every one of them felt personal. Every rustle seemed directed at me. Every distant snap felt deliberate. Sometime before dawn, I finally worked my way back toward the general area where I had originally intended to camp. My tent was still there. The sight of it nearly made me cry from relief. I had left so much equipment behind during my escape, but the tent felt like the last piece of normal life remaining. The clearing appeared empty at first. Then I noticed something beside the fire ring. My backpack, the one I had abandoned. It sat upright near the campsite, clean, centered, placed where I couldn't possibly miss it. A cold sensation spread through my chest. I hadn't returned to retrieve it. Nobody else should have known where my campsite was. I remained hidden among the trees and looked closer. The backpack wasn't the only thing there. A shape sat in the darkness beyond it, motionless, waiting. The same man. I couldn't clearly see his face. I didn't need to. The outline was enough. He wasn't searching for me. He wasn't wandering through the area. He was positioned where he could watch the campsite, watching the bait, waiting for me to walk into the clearing and collect my belongings. For several seconds, I couldn't move. Then survival instinct took over. I turned around and left. Quietly at first, then as quickly as I could manage. I didn't stop until daylight began filtering through the trees. The following morning, I reached a road and found help. After getting transportation into town, I contacted local authorities. I explained everything: the campsite, the abandoned structure, the knife, the chase, the man waiting beside my backpack. To their credit, they took it seriously. Later that day, a search team accompanied me back into the area. I expected to point out locations and answer questions. Instead, the entire situation became harder to explain. The structure was gone, not demolished, not recently removed, gone. The access trail leading toward it ended in dense vegetation, according to the people searching with me. There was no building there, no foundation, no evidence that one had ever existed. I insisted they continue. We searched the surrounding area for hours. Nothing. No backpack, no abandoned gear, no campsite sign, no indication that another person had been there. Even my original campsite looked different. The clearing was there, but any trace of occupation had vanished. No footprints, no discarded items, nothing. The officers were professional, but I could tell what they were thinking. The story sounded less convincing with every failed search. Eventually, they concluded there wasn't enough evidence to continue. I returned home without my equipment and without answers. Years have passed since then. I still hike, just not alone anymore, and never in that area. I've tried researching the old structure. I've checked maps, archives, and records. Nothing matches what I remember seeing. Maybe there is an explanation. Maybe the building belonged to some forgotten property. Maybe the man removed my gear and disappeared before anyone arrived. Maybe fear distorted parts of what happened. But there is one detail I can never explain. When I fled from my campsite that second time, I looked back once before the trees blocked my view. The man had not moved toward the backpack. He had not searched the clearing. He had not followed me. He remained exactly where he was, sitting in the darkness at the edge of camp, facing the place where he expected me to return. I was already thinking about where I was going to camp when someone tried to throw me off a cliff. The trail followed a long stone ridge above a wide valley, and by late afternoon the sunlight had turned everything gold. I had been hiking alone for 3 days, moving through a network of old paths that wound between forests and exposed overlooks. The area wasn't remote enough to be considered wilderness, but it was quiet enough that I had gone hours without seeing another person. I stopped near a rocky outcrop to drink some water and look across the valley. The drop beside me was severe. Hundreds of feet of empty space separated the cliff edge from the dark green trees below. Wind pushed steadily against my jacket, carrying the smell of pine from the forest behind me. I remember thinking it was the kind of place people drove long distances to photograph. Then I noticed movement near the tree line. A man had stepped out of the woods about 50 yards away. He wasn't hiking toward the overlook. He wasn't carrying a backpack. He wasn't holding trekking poles or any of the gear almost everyone on that trail had. He just stood there. For several seconds he watched me. The distance made details difficult to see, but something about the situation felt wrong immediately. Most people acknowledged each other on isolated trails. A wave, a nod. This man did neither. I lifted a hand anyway. He didn't react. Then he turned and walked back into the trees. That should have been the end of it. Instead, it stayed with me. I waited a moment, expecting him to reappear somewhere farther along the ridge. He never did. The forest swallowed him completely. I finished my water and continued hiking, but I kept looking over my shoulder. The trail climbed higher before narrowing into a stretch of exposed stone. The valley remained visible on one side, while dense woods crowded the other. By sunset, I had reached another overlook and decided to stay there for the evening. The spot wasn't an official campsite, but it was flat enough for a small tent. I ate dinner while the last light disappeared from the horizon. Darkness arrived quickly. The valley became a black void beneath the cliff. Stars filled the sky. For a while, everything felt normal again. The wind eased. The forest settled. The only sounds came from insects and distant rustling leaves. Around 10 o'clock, I crawled into my tent. I wasn't asleep when I heard the first footsteps. Heavy, slow, somewhere beyond the edge of my campsite. At first, I assumed another hiker was passing through. The steps continued. Crunch, crunch, crunch. They didn't sound like someone moving along the trail. They sounded like someone wandering through the trees. I waited. The footsteps stopped. Silence returned. Several minutes passed. Then the sound came again, closer. I sat up immediately. My flashlight was already beside me. The footsteps stopped once more. The stillness that followed felt unnatural. I listened carefully. Nothing. After another minute, I unzipped the tent and stepped outside. Moonlight illuminated the clearing. The forest beyond looked like a wall of shadows. I aimed the flashlight toward the trees. Nothing moved. Hello? My voice carried farther than I expected. No answer. I swept the beam through the darkness. Nothing. No reflective eyes. No visible figure. No movement. The woods remained silent. Eventually, I convinced myself it was probably an animal. I returned to the tent. Sleep never really came. Every small sound pulled me awake. Every gust of wind made me listen harder. Around midnight, I heard the footsteps again. This time, they were unmistakable. Heavy. Deliberate. Approaching, I sat frozen for several seconds. The sound stopped just beyond the clearing. Whoever, or whatever, had been walking was now standing still, listening. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside again. The beam cut through the darkness. Who's there? No answer. The silence felt enormous. Then, somewhere deeper among the trees, a branch snapped. I pointed the light toward the sound. Nothing. Not even a glimpse of movement. I stayed outside for several minutes, before finally returning to the tent. At dawn, I packed immediately. The uneasiness from the previous afternoon had returned stronger than before. I wanted off that ridge. The morning passed without incident. By early afternoon, I was making my way along another exposed section of cliff. The path narrowed between stone formations. The valley stretched far below. I remember checking my map while walking. I remember thinking about reaching my car before sunset. Then something hit me from behind, hard. A hand slammed into my shoulder. The force nearly knocked me sideways. My boots skidded across loose gravel. For a fraction of a second, I thought I had simply slipped. Then another shove came. This one was intentional, violent. A pair of arms wrapped around me, driving me toward the edge. The cliff was only a few feet away. I saw empty space beyond it. The realization hit instantly. Someone was trying to throw me off. Adrenaline erased every other thought. I planted my feet and twisted. The person behind me crashed into my side. We stumbled together. I turned and finally saw him. It was the man from the forest. Up close, he looked even worse than he had from a distance. Thin, dirty, his clothing hung loosely from his frame. His face looked gaunt, but his eyes were focused, alert, determined. There was nothing confused or accidental about what he was doing. He lunged again, trying to drive me backward. I sidestepped. His shoulder struck my chest. We slammed into the rocky ground. The cliff edge sat only yards away. The man came at me immediately. No warning, no explanation, no words, just aggression. He grabbed my jacket and tried dragging me toward the drop. I hit him with my forearm and broke free. He rushed again, faster than I expected, despite looking malnourished. He moved with frightening intensity. We collided, rolled across the stone, scraped against rough rock. Every second felt dangerously close to disaster. I kept losing track of where the edge was. One mistake could have sent either of us over. The attacker reached for my neck. I shoved him backward. He stumbled, recovered, charged again. I met him head on. Years of hiking and physical training suddenly mattered. I was heavier, stronger, more stable. The moment our bodies collided, I drove forward with everything I had. The impact knocked him off balance. His feet slid across loose gravel. He crashed hard onto the ground. For the first time, he hesitated, breathing heavily, watching me. I grabbed a fist-sized rock without taking my eyes off him. I didn't want to use it. I wanted distance. I wanted escape. Most of all, I wanted him to understand that I wasn't going over that cliff. Several long seconds passed. Neither of us moved. The wind rushed through the valley below. Then he stood, slowly. His expression remained unreadable. Not angry, not afraid, just empty. He backed away a few steps, turned, and walked toward the trees. I expected him to run. He didn't. He disappeared into the forest exactly the same way he had the previous afternoon. One moment visible, the next gone. I stood there for nearly a minute before moving. My hands were shaking. My heart felt like it was trying to break through my ribs. I gathered my gear and left immediately. Every instinct told me the encounter wasn't over. I moved fast. Faster than was comfortable on uneven terrain. Every shadow seemed suspicious. Every sound made me turn around. I kept expecting him to appear again. He never did. Hours later, I reached the trailhead. Several vehicles sat in the parking area. Seeing other people felt surreal, normal, safe. I considered reporting the attack immediately. Eventually, I did. Authorities took the information seriously, especially when I described the location and the attempt to force me over the edge. I never learned who the man was. I never discovered why he targeted me. What stays with me most isn't the fight itself. It's the image of him standing silently at the edge of the woods that first afternoon, watching, measuring the distance, waiting for the right opportunity. And the last thing I saw before driving away from that valley was the ridgeline far in the distance, a thin strip of stone above the trees